Are we ready? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Markowsky. Welcome to my studio. Today we're going to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. Today we're going to be looking at, I think, the youngest artist that we have been studying from over the past 2 years, which is really exciting to talk about somebody who's probably half my own age, who's doing incredible stuff. Today we're going to be looking at Boris Groh, and this is a very famous image that he created within the past few months, and it's become a rallying cry for people all over the world, but particularly for Ukrainians, because this image depicts probably the most infamous or famous incident in recent memory, because it depicts the Russian invasion of Ukraine, specifically the invasion of the small island named Snake Island by the Moskva ship, which incidentally was just sunk the day after this stamp was released. So there's a lot of really interesting things going on in this artwork. As someone of Ukrainian ancestry myself, this is, just a beautiful image. It is poetic justice. And so let's take a look at this. We're going to recreate this artwork. We're also going to talk about the great artist's art, and I'm going to suggest you purchase some of his work as well. So let's look at the schedule of events for today's episode. So what I want to start by doing is we're going to get the image onto the canvas, get that started. I have done an outline, I've traced it, and I'm going to show you how to transfer that onto the canvas. You could do this all for free. Then we're going to stain the canvas. We're going to get a little bit of color on there. And then we're going to talk about Boris Groh's biography, a little bit of what I was able to find on his various different social media channels. And then we're going to do a little bit of underpainting, and then we're going to move back and forth from the background to the foreground, background to the foreground, until we finish it. This painting is, depending on how complex you want to get, can be more complex than others. I'm going to suggest probably about 2.5 to 3 hours to finish this particular one. If you found today's episode interesting, you want to see more of this type of thing, consider liking, subscribing, hitting the notification bell. Sometime over the next 48 hours or so, I'm going to do a bonus episode. So you want to make sure you hit that notification bell so you know when those episodes are coming up, including if you want to support the channel for as little as $1, less than the price of a cup of coffee. Here's some ways that you can do that. There's a PayPal link in the description below, and you can also use the super chat function. If you see a little $sign where you usually comment here on a YouTube video, you can contribute that way. Okay, so let's get started right off the bat. Let's get an image onto the canvas. Let me show you where you can find those images. So in the description below, you're going to see a Dropbox link, and in that Dropbox folder, you're going to see about 170 folders within that. The ones at the very top are for our most basic intro to acrylic painting, assuming you know nothing about how to paint. You don't even own a paintbrush. Follow these first few episodes. There's the link to the playlist also in the description. You can start from ground zero, work your way up. Once you've sort of accomplished those, the next few here, these are all paintings that I think even the most beginner painter can accomplish. Very simple paintings, and we can have a lot of fun. In fact, here, the David Berluc painting we mixed sand into the painting. That was pretty fun, right? So lots of different things. The Nicole Eisenman, we mix a whole bunch of gel in there and make it nice and thick and goopy. And of course, more paintings coming down the pipeline. But after that, you'll see 150 other folders that are numbered. We've got the Mona Lisa in here, Salvador Dali's most famous painting, The Persistence of Time, Whistler's Mother, Batman, Star Wars. I mean, goes on and on. All sorts of wild things we've done here. Lots of Van Gogh, lots of Picasso, Emily Carr, Grandma Moses. I mean, lots of great stuff. So if you find yourself interested, you want to continue, keep on going, do all of these. There's Rembrandt here. So here we are. We click in this folder. We're going to see 3 files. There's the original file, the original image itself, as well as 2 of the outlines that I did. One's a PDF and one's a JPEG. Just download those and print those on your printer at home. Just while I'm right here, I just want to encourage you to join the Facebook group. Take a photograph of the painting you make today. Maybe it's you're recreating this painting. Upload to the Facebook group. Or it's something else you're working on. Once a month, I go through the Facebook group and I give feedback on artwork and usually lots of encouragement. If people want to improve their artwork, they can take that feedback or do with it what you will. But it's also a great, this Facebook group is awesome. No kidding, all kidding aside, great group of people here who are very supportive of one another's artwork. If you're just beginning, it's a great place to be surrounded by people who are going through the same journey as you. And then there's people that have been on this journey for years now, and you can get their feedback because I'm a little bit busy, so I'm not often on here. So anyway, let's transfer this image onto the canvas. And I'm going to play this video and talk over it while it's playing. And again, here's the image that I've printed out on my inkjet printer, and I'm taping it to a 9x12 sized canvas board. And this canvas board is I got from Amazon, and you don't have to get them from Amazon. I think the ones that I have linked in the description below are better than the ones you get at the dollar store, but you can certainly use those. I did that for maybe the first 100 paintings or so we did. Anyway, so the ones on Amazon are $2 as opposed to the ones at the dollar store are $1. Here I'm using carbon transfer paper. This is 2-sided transfer paper. So you'll see I just kind of scratch with my fingernail and it leaves a mark. It actually leaves a mark on the back side of the paper as well. And then I'm just going to trace over this image. And I'm going to play this kind of quickly here. And you can see there's the image. And now I'm going to just do some of the line work. Or, well, I'm going to give the middle finger. And, oops. Okay, so actually what I did is I just did a couple of lines there. And then I'm going to do all of the rest as... I think I show myself here. Okay, there we are. So what I decided to do, rather than... is I just started making some marks kind of randomly across here. And using a ruler. That way I can try to get some of these lines to be about as straight as possible. And whether I use these lines exactly is kind of irrelevant. It's just that now I have some straight lines, because I noticed this first one I did here was not really straight. So here I'm more guaranteed to get some straighter lines. Let's just zip here. You see me going all the way across. And then I think that's good enough for government work, as my Ukrainian grandfather used to say. Okay, so now we've got our outline. I like to keep my outline just off of camera here so that I can refer to it. It's nice to have, whatever it is you're painting, having something, so that way I don't have to look up so much each time. I can just glance my eyes up. Same sort of thing. That's why artists paint on easels. They might have the model or the landscape right in behind them, and as they're painting it, they don't have to, turn their head each time. They can just glance up, and that makes it a lot easier. That way you're not having to remember what you're looking at. Okay, so let's move on to the next stage here. So now that we've got our outline onto the canvas, let's move on to the Imprimatura. I love the word Imprimatura. So that is an Italian word for the first paint, the first coat of paint on a painting. And really, it's a staining process. It's a way of just getting a very thin coat of paint on the painting. Now, I'm going to refer to that paint as my warm yellow, and you'll hear me talk about it. Cool yellow and a cool magenta, cool blue, warm blue, etc. These are literally the tubes of paint that I'm going to be using. It's this brand of paint called Amsterdam paint because they're a student grade paint. They're relatively inexpensive and you get a lot of it, and the quality is pretty good. So, and you can find it most art supply stores across Canada and United States, which is where I am here. But if you want a slightly higher grade of paint, golden is really good. They're twice as expensive for less than half the amount. And I would say if you're watching me right now, probably you won't notice much of a difference, if at all, right? So, you know, again, we've done 250 paintings, well, it says 218, but some of these episodes, you know, we've done 3 or 4 paintings in there. And we've always used this relatively inexpensive paint, and we can do great jobs with it. Anyway, you'll notice that the names are a little bit different for all these different brands, but the color itself should be relatively the same. Winsor & Newton, Artist Loft, this is Michael's Art Supply brand, Buzz, Peebo, Holbein, and Daler-Rowney. Now, of course, you could just screenshot those, or you can watch the first 2 episodes where we talk in depth and I show photographs of these. So let's get some color on the painting. And I'm going to get my warm yellow out. Okay, a couple squeezes of paint, and here I'm going to put some water on there. This is the only time I ever use water in my acrylic paint, because we're staining this plaster surface, which is the gessoed canvas, which absorbs water really well. As we go, you know, it's basically when you mix water into your acrylic paint, you're dissolving the bonds that hold the pigment together, so it becomes it's like it makes it less stable. I mean, it's like taking an axe to a tree and hacking away at it. Yeah, the tree will probably stay up pretty well after a dozen hacks, but you know, if you do lots and lots of hacking at that tree is going to fall down, right? So really, we're only want to do this maybe on the very first layer here, where that gesso can really absorb this stain. Otherwise, you're kind of pushing your luck a little bit. Now, most people may not be concerned about whether their painting lasts for 50 years or 100 years, but hey, if you're going to put all that time into this painting, why not do everything possible within reason to make it stand the test of time? Wouldn't it be cool if your grandchildren could hold one of your paintings in their hands 100 years from now, and it looks not too dissimilar from the way it looked the moment you finished it? I would say that would be kind of cool. Okay. So that's my staining process, the Imprimatura. Just want to try to get some of the little lumps off of here where the paint builds up. I want to try to avoid texture, and also just want to speed this process, the drying process, up. Most of the time people will use a rusty red color, not this warm yellow. This is just sort of a thing that I like to do. While I'm looking for where to put that, again, I just always, just as a quick reminder, One of the things I like to do if I got extra paint left over is every day after the end of these episodes, I just cover it onto this painting. Remember, this is the J. DeFeo painting we made back in December, and just like she did, she kept painting and painting and painting on this painting. It was quite large for years and years. 8 years she worked on this, and it was so big and heavy. It weighed, I think, over a ton. They needed to take a wall off the apartment to get it out onto the street. I think that is super cool. This is still pretty wet, and so I'm just going to quickly give it a blow dry. I'm going to mute the mic. Okay. So let's move on. So now let's take a look at the artist himself and a little bit about his background. So let's go to... Well, actually, maybe this is what the stamp itself looks like. Well, it doesn't have this gray here. This is the stamp here. And this is on actually the Ukrainian Postal Service's own website. We will not be broken. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to the heroes. Death to the enemies. I love it. Let's see. Oh, I just wanted to show you. This is the Moskva boat, the namesake. It's named after Moscow, which is a pretty big deal for a boat. So the fact that Ukraine sunk that boat is a huge deal, and I love that this boat is featured here in the painting, right? That's number 121 Moskva. This is number 121. That's their flagship boat in the Black Sea. Here also is just some images of the stamp as it can be purchased as an individual stamp, as a set, or as on a postcard, and I used to collect stamps when I was a kid, and you know, I wanted to buy the stamp, but it sold out very quickly. And so there's lots of news about this. We'll look at a few links here. I just thought, so let's talk about Boris Groh's biography a little bit. So he's originally from Crimea, which is this peninsula that was illegally stolen by Russia in 2014. So those of you who are maybe new to this whole conflict, it didn't just start in April. It has at least been going on since 2014, which is when Russia, which is right over here, invaded Crimea and now claims it to be its own, which is just crazy, because probably this is maybe arguably one of the least Russian places of all. The Crimea is historically the homeland of the Cossacks, and we've talked about Cossacks a number of times. Cossacks are in many ways sort of seen as the mythical figure in Ukrainian culture. In a way, Cossacks are like the cowboy is to American identity, right? And the Cossack, there's still people who identify it as having Cossack ancestry, but historically we're kind of a nomadic people that rode horses, and were kind of a semi kind of warrior people who, because most of Ukraine is like a flat plains, which explains why my relatives moved from Ukraine to Saskatchewan 100 so years ago, because it was basically the same kind of place, except it got a lot colder in Saskatchewan than it does in Ukraine. Anyway, oh, sorry, the reason I want to show you that this is where he's originally from. He, after 2014, fled Crimea to Kyiv and then to Lvov, which is right over here and in the very, very west, right near the Polish border here. So this is currently where he lives. So let's take a look at his, oops, how do we get back out of here? So one of the sites where you can see the majority of his work is this station. It's a website called ArtStation. And a lot of my students at Emily Carr, the university I teach at, have pages on ArtStation. This ArtStation is sort of like the Instagram for digital artists. So you see a lot of things on here that are done by artists that use computers, that use iPads, Cintiq tablets to draw on and upload them to this. You see a lot of animators, illustrators, digital 3D animators will upload those things. Anyway, so this is his page. The links are in the description below if you want to go directly to his page here, but I'll just put that up there. Anyway, so this is, I think, this is a brand new one. I just saw, it wasn't on here recently. So here's Z is you see these on a lot of the Russian tanks that have invaded Ukraine. And also this red and yellow striping, or red and blue, or red and black striping. Anyway, that's, you know, there's this dead Russian soldier here, but he's laying amongst the sunflower, which is the national flower of Ukraine. And then, of course, the very famous image that we're talking about today. But look at, there's lots of these beautiful, really cool images that he's created. And there's definitely a kind of macabre, horror kind of quality to many of these images, right? In fact, this just reminds me a lot of the Nikolai Gogol story that I've been reading over the past few days, The Portrait, which I highly recommend. It's kind of blowing my mind. And I'm so excited. I just finally got Nikolai Gogol's Dead Souls book. And both of these books are translated by Richard Purvier and Larissa Voloknovsky. Okay, I'm Ukrainian and I can't pronounce that last name. So, you know, I have a great deal of sympathy when people struggle with my own last name, even though I think it's pretty straightforward, Markowsky, but I have heard every iteration of it, so my apologies, Larissa. Anyway, let's take a look at a few more images of his work here. I mean, they kind of, there's these kind of, you know, Godzilla-like creatures. Many of his images show these huge creatures that are kind of terrorizing like a neighborhood, or just sort of ghostly figures like this. I just think these are so cool. And it should be worth mentioning that you can buy prints of his work, and I strongly encourage you to do that. So you can buy the image that we're painting today as a poster for 16 bucks. Do it. Support this artist. If there's anything that would be beneficial, is especially, you know, here's a living Ukrainian artist. You could support them by buying some of their work. That is, you know, if in lieu of sending money to the Red Cross or Doctors Without Borders, all of which are the first things in the image description, or yeah, in the video description below, you can send money to those great organizations. But also supporting the artist directly would be something I strongly, strongly encourage. So all of these images that we've looked at so far, I mean, these are beautiful. Who wouldn't want to have one of these posters? I could see some people would be like, oh, that's a little bit creepy. But there's also probably, if you're a younger person, this would be probably the coolest thing that you could own. So anybody thinking about getting some gifts for their nieces and nephews, grandsons, you could. My strong recommendation would be to do that. This is an interview, but here's his Instagram page if you want to follow him on Instagram. Pretty straightforward to track him down. Just, you know, at Boris Groh, and again, all of his work here. We could see the stamps themselves. And it's cool at the unveiling of, here's Zelensky holding the stamps themselves, right? That's a pretty big thing for an artist to have the president of their country or prime minister or any head of state holding your artwork, and to making it, publishing it on a stamp that's going to go all over the world. Although I don't know how many people are going to mail this stamp, because probably some devious postal worker might just tear it off and pocket it. But anyway, here's his Twitter as well, Boris Groh Art. And also he's got a Facebook page as well, where you can support him as well. So all of those links, I strongly encourage you to follow him, because eventually this conflict will be over, and he'll move on to different artwork, and it would be great if you were a part of his growing recognition as he continues to go forward here. So here's another, this is an interview with him here. Again, this link is in the description below. But I just thought, let's just really quickly, before we move on to the painting itself, just talk about some images here of thousands and thousands of people lining up to buy this artwork, his stamps. All right, there's Zelensky. This is the soldier who is featured in that picture, the one giving the middle finger. You just see his silhouetted backside, but that's the soldier himself, Roman Grybov, the Ukrainian Marine that was on Snake Island. There's Zelensky again, and you see these lineups that go around the block. Look at that. And this is during a war, so the fact that all of these people are standing in line in a public square under threat of bombs falling on them just shows sort of a little bit of character. Oh my goodness. None of this is on screen the whole time. Did I do that whole thing? Creeps. None of that was on screen. None of that. When was the last time? Oh my goodness. Did I show you guys any of this here? Oh, that makes me so angry at myself. Okay. Oh, I was talking about Gogol. Yeah, Deborah says we only see... I think... When did I stop talking about his work? Okay, let's see. Maybe let's just go back here. Michael. Okay, so let's just take a look at his work again here. So here's Boris's ArtStation page, and so we can see some of the artwork that he's made. I love all of these artworks. They have like kind of a creepy quality to them. There's very mysterious strangeness. I think they're so cool. But you can also buy the prints directly from him. So I encourage you to strongly consider buying a print directly from this artist. I'm not sure if these will be printed in Ukraine and mailed to you, but I've bought a few things from Ukraine recently, including face masks, hats, scarves. One of the cool things is when those planes leave with products to Europe and North America, they return with humanitarian aid. So the more things that you buy from Ukrainians, the more humanitarian aid comes back in return, which I think is just beautiful, right? You're supporting people who are in the middle of a war zone. So strongly consider buying one of these incredible prints. As I said, there's probably a few people who are like, oh, these look a little bit creepy. I'm not sure if I want something like that on my wall. But I guarantee you, if you've got like a teenager or a preteen, whether it's your son or daughter or granddaughter, niece or nephew, if you bought something like this for them, they would think you were the coolest person who is certainly really in touch with like what's going on, right? Because can you imagine like their friends come over and say like, whoa, that's so cool, where'd you get that? Oh, my grandma bought that for me. What? Wow, your grandma is so cool. I just think that's so neat, right? And it's hard. Is this little child here about to be eaten by this monster, or are they about to become friends? I don't know. Anyway, let's just move on really quickly here, and we'll just take a look at his Instagram site. And you can see on his Instagram, he's got the stamps. And there's a photo of Zelensky holding the stamps, which I just think is really cool. And so you can see a bunch of those images there. Of course, he's got his Twitter. You can follow him on Twitter, as well on Facebook, which is just continuing to grow. I guarantee you in a few months this is going to be tens and tens of thousands higher. That's a cool interview. And so I just wanted to show you these lineups of people in Ukraine trying to buy this stamp, which, you know, there's a war going on and you have thousands of people standing in line in an open square under threat of being killed. And I don't know, this seems very Ukrainian to me. They're just like, well, at least I'll get my stamp. And so this here's I thought that was Zelensky for a second, but this is the soldier, the Marine here, Roman Grybov, who is the one who is giving the finger to the Moskva, which, as I said, was later sunk. This is all over the news. Obviously, the stamp here's the Guardian, Hyperallergic, which is a great art website, culture website. And of course, Vice magazine. I love this quote here by Igor Smelensky, the Ukrainian Post Service's Director General, told the New York Times he was happy to be trolling Russia with the power of stamps. As the Postal Service, we are always happy when the addressee gets the message. That is somebody who really loves a good little what is the term for that? A little play on words, I guess, because the Postal Service delivers messages, so the message is Russia, go F yourself, so he's happy that Russia gets the message. Yeah, that's great. Okay, so let's move on here and talk about the next step in the process, which is to potentially do a little bit of underpainting. And so there's lots of different definitions of underpainting, and some people talk about underpainting as painting in blocking in shapes. The way that I refer to it is really just doing some line work to help us see the composition, because in a few minutes things are going to get covered with all sorts of different colors, and some of the small details could get lost. So let's put some paint on this palette here. And I'm not sure at the moment exactly how much of each color, so I always think about putting about as much paint on your palette as toothpaste on your toothbrush, and then if you need more, squeeze more out, and that way you don't have a lot of color that gets wasted or starts drying slowly over the next few hours, and by the time you come to use it, it's all just, there's nothing left. Let's see, is there anything left in here? Squeeze. Oh. Get some white. I gotta poke a hole in some of these. The one thing with these tubes of paint is these caps are miserable, and they don't close properly. So you need to get a better industrial designer to fix these. Okay, and I just need my cool blue. I think because I used up my last tube the other day. Okay. So what I want to do for my underpainting is mix a dark color like a black. And you notice I did not put a black on here because I like to mix my black and then my grays with these colors because I like it to be not just solid black because it's black just like white, or color or just have no saturation. They're flat, and we usually want there to be some energy even in our darkest shadows, right? So to get a dark color, I'm going to take my warm red, I'm going to take my cool blue and mix this together, and I'm going to get a really dark purple. And this is a purple, it's going to look a little bit like an eggplant kind of color. If I wanted a really bright purple, I would mix my cool red and my warm blue together, and I'd get a nice, very saturated purple. But here I want something kind of dark. Now, I can just use this color, or I can also just take some of my cool yellow and mix this into here, and then I'm going to have a black. So it goes from purple into black. It's not going to be quite as dark as actual black would be, but that's why I reserve black for maybe the very, very end. And it's possible, even looking at this painting, that I could do a little bit of black at the very, very end, because that's going to help create... Black always sits right on the surface. It's sort of like a bug on your windshield of your car. It is right there, whereas everything else is going to be kind of a little bit further away. So if you put black, think about keeping it right up close to the very front of the painting. Okay, so now I'm just going to take a small brush, and I'm just going to do a little bit of outlining around, let's say, the body of this figure, and maybe just a little bit on the boat itself. So maybe just to help me with, because I'm going to paint stuff all over here. So if I keep this kind of thing visible, then I'll be able to figure out where everything goes later. Okay, similarly then I'm just going to do really quick outlining. So this is just going to, when I get paint over top of the figure, it's going to give me a little bit of a hint where the figure begins. think that's good. So you can see I didn't do everything. I'm not going to do all the stuff in the grass and on the bottom. That's all I need to help. Good, and our daughter finally went to sleep there. My wife and I like to joke, often she has these like TED Talks that she's delivering for an hour after nap time, and they go on and on and on, even though TED Talk is really supposed to only last about 20 minutes maximum. But, you know, our daughter, being a celebrity, likes to just maybe extend a little bit past the end point of those talks. You know, as you know, when really famous people get up to deliver their talks, people are like, well, you know, I did pay like $10,000 for this ticket. I don't mind watching a few more minutes to see them speak, because after all, I spent $10,000 on that ticket, which is crazy that somebody spends that much money to see somebody talk. But when those videos end up on YouTube 6 months later. Anyway, why am I talking about that? Okay, let's move on. To the next step. So now what we want to do is let's paint the background. And in this instance, when I talk about background, I'm going to mean the sky and the ground that technically is in the foreground. And we'll talk about the foreground as the boat and the person, the soldier, right? And just because what I like to do when I'm working is to get these large areas finished, and then I paint over top of it, so it literally looks like the boat is in front of the water and this person is in front of this area here. Right? You'll see as we go forward. So the first step here, being the background, is let's just look at these colors. So really what we have here, this actually is it is cool blue, but it is also, there's a little bit of purple in here, a little bit of gray. So you could see some of so there is some warmer colors mixed in with our cooler colors. And obviously we want our cool colors to be in the background, our warmer colors to come closer to us. So I think what we'll do is, just to simplify things, we're just going to probably use mostly just cool colors in the background and grays here. So to get that, where should we start? Let's start up kind of at the top, and then maybe work our way down a little bit here. So this brush, but yeah, let's start with this. So let's take our cool blue and a lot of white, mix this together. See, I'm just taking the paint that I mixed off here. And I always like to mix things separately, or have my colors separately. That way I don't make one big batch. Oh, it's the wrong one. Now where do I go? I always kind of do these little mixing separately. So we want a gray. So let's take a little bit of this dark color. We don't want to take too much of it, right? Because otherwise we're going to get a really, really dark gray. And again, I put that to the side. And then let's just blend this in and see what we think. Start out slow. Like, okay, that's not bad. That's not bad to start. Let's see how they compare side by side here. Okay, I think let's go just a little bit darker. See how quickly this black that we made, you know, affects our colors, right? So let's make an even bigger batch, because we're going to use a bunch of this, right? That might be a little bit too dark. Let's put some more blue back in there. We're adding, we don't want it just to be black and blue, we want it to be gray and blue. Big difference, right? We talked about this, I think this is our that was in our 5th episode of the the painting, the Master Study series at the very, very beginning. And there is quite a difference between black and a color, even if we use just a little bit of that versus a little bit of gray and a color. So, in fact, I think I need even just a bit more color in that gray. Let's see how this behaves. We'll zoom back out a bit. Just going to get my edges here. I don't care if it's a little bit of yellow coming through on the edge. I kind of like that. But, you know, it's also kind of nice to clean it up just a little bit. Okay, so that's pretty close to the original. We want to do another band of color here. So let's maybe go for something just a little bit different, maybe a little bit lighter. Now, I don't mind, I'm not really going to be too concerned about making them perfectly straight. Okay, let's go a little bit darker again. Maybe take a little bit more blue in this next mixture. And I might go over top of these lines. And there's a lot of white in this color. That's why I put some of those lines down there before, right? And if your color kind of changes as it goes across the picture, that's okay too. Right? You can see there's, in the original, there's a little bit of variety and there's almost this, there's a little bit of kind of worn quality, like this, it's slightly kind of faded in places. So you could certainly try to get a little bit of that in there. Okay, what should we do? Let's go to maybe even lighter. Again, let's take some gray. Because I don't want to just put white in here just yet. I want it to be still gray. Right, because then that's, again, just like I said, there's a difference between tints, tones, and shades. Tints are when we add white to a color. Tones are when we add gray to a color, and black, when we add black to a color, is a shade, right? Tints, tones, and shades. And also, you know, I made those with my ruler, some straight lines. In his original one, you could see those lines aren't straight, right? They, in fact, kind of slope a little bit towards the left. So if you're doing this, and you're like, oh no, mine are all crooked. I really screwed this up, didn't I? I don't know. Well, according to the original author who created this artwork, probably not. It looks like you're doing pretty good. So really, again, I'm not worried about getting these lines straight. Mostly what I'm just doing here is trying to see if I can cover a little bit of that yellow. There's still a little couple specks in there. I don't know. Does it bother me that much? I don't know. Not really. Okay, let's go even lighter here. Yeah, let's go to something much lighter, which is what he did here. Let's take some more of this white. I'm not sure how well it comes across on camera, but I can still see some of my underpainting, my dark lines showing through, which is what I want. Sandra says, do you think having a value scale to refer to while we are painting might be helpful? Sometimes it's hard for me to figure out what value or color to tint it to. Yeah, I mean, if you have your value scales handy. Remember we did all of these here. So we did one for all of the colors, all 15 parts of the color wheel. So what we're working on here is this cool blue, which is right here. So this is our cool blue, this is our warm blue, and this is our purple when we mixed the warm blue with the cool red. But all we really need to think about is the differences between these three, right? So when we add white to our cool blue, right, we get this. When we add black to our cool blue, this is what we get. I always find it has a kind of a dirty-ish kind of quality, which is not bad. It can be really desirable, right? But it's very different than when we add gray to a color, right? I mean, I guess it seems kind of obvious that the gray is in between white and black, but it sort of darkens the color to a certain extent, right? And then it kind of goes into this neutral area. But it also uses some of the properties of white to kind of give it a little bit more of that dull covering that we don't see here, right? We lose some of the graininess of the black. Is that just what we were talking about, Sandra? Oh yes, okay, so light, lighter, and lightest. So that's sort of what I was doing here. Yeah, taking kind of a little bit of a darker gray, lightening it up, and then kind of going a little bit darker just to try to get these transitions. It doesn't have to be kind of steps. You can see that he has little bits, it starts kind of dark, lighter, dark, lighter. These are about the same, but there's this little bit darker coming through, and then some lighter ones, and then it gets darker again, right? In fact, even darker right down by the horizon line here, because I think the horizon is somewhere. It's kind of unclear. Is this the horizon or is this the horizon? So, which is, you know, not surprising in the way, you know, on water the horizon line can be quite different. Now, we also have to keep in mind that this boat here is going to be a gray, right? So we don't want, that's why we want to keep adding, making sure we've got a little bit of blue in our gray so it doesn't go totally gray, because when we get to this, we want it to stand out significantly from our background. So let's, again, take a little bit more blue, mix this in here. Maybe a bit more white. In fact, actually, maybe it should go even more. Well, actually, I think that's good. Let's see. And that's the hull of the boat here. We got a bit more here. Okay. How about, let's do one with a lot more white. Let's do this right up here. I'll do a few with a lot more white. And I guess, you know, I look at his, he's got lots more little transition points in here. So mine's much more simplified. Let's now go into more blue. Start amping the blue up. Now, it's possible that, you know, I might have, maybe I should have had more of this coming up a little bit higher. I can always do more of this here shortly afterwards. I can always come back up. That's why I like kind of working in layers when I'm doing my, when I'm doing this. Now let's actually do a little bit of, I'm going to take a bit of my black and my blue. Now we can see the difference. I might actually come do that there. Now that I've mixed that color. You know, I'll wait for that to dry, but maybe... I'm just trying to think of where I want to put this color. Yeah, I'm going to put this right here. let's do one here now. We're going to take a little bit of warm blue and start mixing that into our color. Let's take a bit more. It just occurred to me, we've done a number of paintings that use tape. We could be using tape to do some of this too, right? That could also speed things along. We get much sharper lines, but it didn't really occur to me with this painting because I don't think I need it or really want it, but it certainly, it wouldn't be wrong to do so. I'm going to mix this next color outside of my whites. So I'm going to still have some white in here. And it just so happens that these lines are about the width of my brush when I fan it all the way outward. That's kind of just by accident, but I like, kind of helps keep things nice and consistent. And look at that, it looks a little bit. Let's go up just a bit. And then maybe I'll do one that is just mostly color, but with very little white at all. Maybe we'll put a lot more warm blue into this and just get these little areas in the bottom. This is going to get much darker because with very little white in it, that yellow kind of comes through, mixes optically with this color, which makes it appear much darker. Which is fine because it's, again, the darker things are, the more they're going to come towards us. If we found it was too dark, then we could just paint this a little bit, add a little bit of white into it, and then paint this color we're painting right now over top of it, and we'd be fine. Okay. So now I might look at this and say, I think I want to do a little bit more line work back here, but I need for this to dry slightly. So let's clean the brush. And I'm just wondering, do I want to do that? Let's do that. Let's stay on track. I'm going to blow dry this, and then I'm going to put maybe a little bit of some slightly thinner lines, maybe going back in here. So let's compare these here. So you can see he's got a nice dark line right at the water level here. So that's something we'll for sure do. But do we want to darken anything above there a little bit? Or conversely lighten. Like for instance, we could put almost a white line. In fact, let's start with that. Let's do a light color right near the top. So let's take some white. And where should we do this? Maybe right up here. And this isn't just pure white. I allowed it to get a little bit diluted with some of the gray and blue that was kind of nearby, which is good because again, white just on its own or black on its own are very striking, and which can be a good thing or a bad thing. I would say in this here it might be a little bit intense and just kind of break up the transitions between all these colors and seem a little bit out of place. So okay. And then, you know, for instance, there's an area up here where there's a little bit of yellow showing through. So I could also go and do a little something. So what could I do here? Maybe let's do something a little bit mid-range gray. Let's just mix this up here. Let's take some of our blue even. Is that too... Do we want lighter? Let's go darker. So this is super subtle. I was going to go for something a little bit more bold, but just as I mixed the color, this is what came out, and That's what I painted, and I just, you know what, let's just go with it. Not everything has to be standing on the street corner with a megaphone, right? We can have a few quiet places in paintings, and sometimes those are pretty satisfying little places where people don't even realize you've done something. And then they get up close and like, wow, wow, I didn't even notice. Look, there's lots of different colors up there. So I think I might, well, let's just do one. I'm going to do one more down here. Now, you could certainly do a lot more of them, but how about, let's go for something much darker. Let's take this again. And a little bit more cold. See, there's a little bit of red in there. I don't mind that red. It's going to make it go a little bit more purpley. That's okay. It's going to be so subtle. Yeah, we'll just, maybe I'm going to do a little bit wider. Maybe I'll do 2 little lines here. I'm not sure. One thing as I'm painting this is very close to the gray that I want to do here. We'll see. If I can always change it, but as I just paint, I'm like, I wonder what if that will really work, Michael. I'm actually going to bring this down here. And again, I could do a few of these in here, and not all of them go all the way across either. There's some that are just sort of here and they kind of appear and disappear. Maybe even a little bit of that color shows up. You know what, I want to do, just take this color just briefly before I move on. Oops, I think I need to mix a bit more of it. So I'm going to take that color, mix it in here a bit. Let's get even more of it. So now there's kind of a bit of nuance, very subtle, because I have 2 dark stripes side by side, which are going to be, you know, from further away, like on camera right here, they might just sort of blend into one, but they are a little bit different. So the one thing is, I just was thinking, okay, let's keep things going, because I don't want to spend 2, I could just see maybe one more. Let's do one more, because it is nice to gives it a lot of nuance. So maybe I'll do one more right here. What should I do? Let's do maybe a version of this same color that's got a lot more white in it. So again, this also allows me to really kind of cover up little areas in between the paint where maybe some of the yellow was showing through or my lines were a little uneven. I think as I'm painting, the lines are getting even more uneven. But that's very minor concern to me personally. Okay, I think that's good enough to move on. So let's get the grass, or the shoreline, the sand down here in. And I'm going to make a warm brown. This is going to look a lot like a skin tone, just with a little bit less red in it, right? Because, you know, when we're making our skin tone, it has usually a little bit more warm red in there. So let's take a medium-sized brush. Wobbly. Let me just fix this. This brush is a little wobbly. There we go. So a brown. So let's take our warm yellow, a little bit less warm red, maybe just a bit more, but that was a lot. It probably shouldn't put that much in there. Let's take some warm blue and mix this together. Actually, that was pretty close. This is closer to the darker color for sure. You know, it's kind of, this is basically kind of our mid-range color. So I'm going to mix more anyway, just because we got a kind of a big surface to cover. So I'm just going to take my brush, mix that in, and let's take our white. Let's see if we bring this up pretty close. I think we just need a bit more white in here. Not bad. Close enough. There is a little bit of that cool blue that's coming in there, and it's kind of affecting that color, but I don't mind it. Okay, I might use a smaller brush for some of the details right here. So for these areas, I might just take a little bit of white. It's going to help block that out, and I can then go back and paint this color over top later. Okay, I'm just gonna blow dry this really quickly. Maybe even before I do, just gonna smudge out any ridges of texture that built up there. So all of a sudden, my channel is being bombarded by spam bots. Always exciting. Okay, so now that I've got that, I can go up and paint on top of this with much more confidence. And the other thing too is you could see that this lighter color kind of continues down by his legs even a little bit, which is smart because it really kind of highlights that figure, draws our attention towards him. Okay. Now let's take some of our slightly darker color. And then I'm just going to take my next darkest color. One even darker. I ran out of paint, so let's just mix this again. So now I'm gonna have a much darker color over top of this, but this is sort of just building up to that stage, right? And we may even have a little bit of lighter colors, maybe even right up at the top too, right around the figure. I'm not exactly sure how I want to build that up, but okay. Yeah, a little bit of spam in there, eh? Weird. Okay, got 2 cups of tea going on here. Is that all the spam in there? Looks like that's, I got it, didn't I? Okay. So, I'm just thinking to myself, do I want to, should I work a little bit more on this now? I think I do want to do just a little bit more. I want to get maybe a couple of highlights in here, and then maybe even mix my darkest color and have those going on down here. So let's just clean this brush off real quick, because you can see this is, you know, I didn't do this to make the greatest gradient going across here, because some of that's going to be hidden. I also don't mind a little, again, it kind of echoes the stripes that we see above, right? So maybe I'll blow dry that really quickly too. I'm just looking at the original here and thinking about one of the things that he's done is there's a bit of a halo around the whole figure. You can see that also the water gets lighter here, and obviously the boat gets lighter here. This would definitely be the time if I want to lighten here. We could do a little bit of a glaze with a little bit of white. I don't know if I'm going to need it. This could be famous last words, but I'm going to focus on the bottom down here. If I was to do that, I would want to do the boat first, and then... So I'm going to do the rocky area here in front, and then I'll think about it. I'm kind of leaning towards not doing it just because of the time. Because it's one of those things, if I don't do it like I want, then I feel like I could get sucked into spending a lot more time in there than is maybe worth. Okay, that should be lighter than everything. Cool. So now I want to think about painting like shapes, just like what he did. Little these little areas. So again, I even want to go to a smaller brush. Let's try to get this done ASAP. So I'm just going to improvise a little bit, just because my colors are a little bit different. So it gives me actually some opportunity to play a bit. So I guess I can kind of see my pencil lines underneath here, but I'm happy to sort of playing a little bit by ear as I go here. Okay, let's also just do a few more that are a little bit darker. Might have to mix a bit more brown. Okay. Oh my goodness. Well, I guess the Russian trolls are trolling this channel all of a sudden. Not surprising since of the content that we're working on, but just don't click on anything that you see in the chat, because you no matter how enticing it may perhaps sound. You may find your computer hijacked by someone in St. Petersburg. So I'm gonna make a bunch more of my dark brown. Oops, I need a little bit more warm yellow. Or warm brown. That's nice, but there's only a few places. Well, actually, I was gonna say, I'm gonna use a little bit of it. It's a bit of more of a warmer brown, but I kind of dig it, so I'm gonna use a little bit of it. Or sorry, this is not, it's not warmer, but this is more of a reddish brown. And then to make it a little bit darker, let's take some blue and we'll just mix this color into here, and we're going to get a much darker, more bluish brown. P-Show says, is this a restream? It's always live. Every single time it's live, unless it's you're watching it after it was broadcast. So you asked that the last time. It's always live. If it says live, when I'm doing it, it's live. So, let's see. So evidently I'm just sort of getting a little bit carried away, doing things that aren't really in the original necessarily. But, you know, I don't see that as necessarily a bad thing, to get carried away on a painting. I think in some ways that's what we're always trying to do, is to get carried away, because it's when you get carried away, it means you're so absorbed in the process that you're just having kind of fun, and man, if you're not having fun while you're painting, then that's really unfortunate. And I know some people, especially if you're beginning, it can be a bit of a pain, and it's a struggle, and can be kind of frustrating. But often it's also because people are just obsessed with results. Because that's the way we're taught in culture, just to be totally obsessed with results. When we're making art, results are just the byproduct of a process, and the process should be fun. Okay, do I want to go one more step darker? Obviously these colors are getting more and more red. Let's go even darker. Let's continue with this color. Put significantly more blue in here. I'm going to put some of my dark color in there now. In fact, I'm just going to quickly blow dry that so I can paint over top, right? Yeah. Okay. Pisho's got a soda cap collection of over 100. Wow, that is a lot. That is cool. I used to collect those kinds of things. I used to collect cans too. I remember when, this is a long time ago, but when they introduced the new Coke, it was just Coke. I remember it was a big deal. It was famously the worst bomb in marketing history, but I thought it was pretty cool. And so I have a couple of those. I think I eventually poured them out because I started to, that was, I don't know, maybe 30 years ago that happened. This was a while. Okay, so I'm going to use a bit of glazing fluid. I think I might just do a little bit of a glaze here with a darker color. So I'm going to put some glazing fluid down. And I'm actually going to take a bit of my dark color as well. And just do a little glaze down here. Just out for fun to see how this works. I'm going to take a bit of a bigger brush for this. I could have done this with matte medium now that I think about it, but it doesn't really matter. But basically, we're using the medium to do the same thing. So let's just take a look. These side by side. So this gives me a bit of extra transparency. Like it's very slightly transparent. I ended up actually using all that up, so let's do that. Just take a bit more and do this again. Got a bit of gray in this mixture. So it just means it's going to be a little bit different. Let's put a bit more. I don't know why I'm not being as, like, you can see his is lots of splatters and stuff. Mine's a little bit more regimented than his. I'm just kind of digging these horizontally things going on. Maybe let's just break this up a bit. Make this a little bit more uneven. And you know what? Okay, so I'm going to blow dry this, and then I'm going to do a little bit with a toothbrush. I'm going to, oops, before this toothbrush has got a little bit of dust on there. That's probably not the brightest thing to, okay, so let's, Oops. Thank you, Lolly. Do I have another something I can use? Okay, so how about let's clean these brushes off. So I was just I'm not sure if I was muted at the time, but the toothbrush that I have there was shedding some sort of something on there. I definitely wasn't. I haven't used it for brushing my teeth in a while, so it's not like it was some awful things on my for my mouth. But I don't really want it to that getting into my paint and splattering that. So instead I'm going to use another brush that I have. I think this should work, because this is a cheap brush that I've used for doing large murals and things, and it's like a synthetic, like basically it's like grass, like a hay, and these bristles are just a little bit stiffer, and that's kind of what you want when you're doing this kind of splattering stuff. So I might even put just a bit of water. In fact, let's just take water out of here. I'm just gonna make it more liquid. Let's take a bit of my darkest color. Okay. And maybe we'll move this out of the way for a second while we just test. Okay, that looks like it's going to work really well. So the good thing also with using glazing fluid is if it doesn't turn out, if I'm quick with a rag, I can wipe that off. So I mostly just want any kind of splatters to be down on the bottom here. So I'd had a little bit went up into the sky, and I can wipe those away. Okay. Don't want some, and even let's say there's a few splatters maybe I'm not so happy with. If I'm quick on it. Maybe let's see if I can get an even darker splatter going on. Not quite as liquidy. So let's just put a bit more glazing fluid in here. So it's not coming off, and it's a little bit transparent. So probably what I could do is do that with black later on to get down here. You know what? I think I'm okay. Let's move forward, because we're a couple hours in and I haven't even started the ship or the person yet. So I think you get the idea if you wanted to do a little bit of that splatter effect anyway. Okay. Let's just blow dry that real quick. Okay, so I think we want to move on. So now that we've got our background established, and I know I've technically have done the sky and the sand, which is technically in the foreground, but just for our purpose, the way that I think about this is just like what is in behind and what's in front. And really, I want to be able to paint the person in front of this and the ship itself in front of the sky. So what I want to work on now is the ship, and then we'll work on the figure. And I'm pretty happy with what we have down here. I still want to do some grass and things, but that might be actually with a little bit of maybe black or just a really, really dark brown. We'll see, because we don't really even know until we get the central part of this painting established. So now let's move into the ship here. The Moskva, which is now at the bottom of the Black Sea. Karma. It's a thing. So that boat is going to be a gray. So this time, prior for the sky, we made a gray that had some cool blue in it, and then some warmer blues as we came closer down to the bottom of the horizon, or towards the beach, I guess, as it got closer to us. This time we want to make a gray that is just essentially neutral, that doesn't have much color in there. So I think we need to just mix a little bit more of this mixture. So just making sure I got enough. Okay, good. So we're going to take some warm red. Just going to mix it right in here. Our cool blue, I think we'll need a bit more of that. And then we're going to take some cool yellow. Now, these proportions, you can see I'm not measuring them up. I just sort of mix it by eye. And if it gets a little bit more red, then I want to have a little bit more yellow and blue. And if it gets a little bit more green, that tells me I got too much yellow and blue and I need a bit more red, and so on and so forth. And when it's dark, it's hard to see what that color actually is. If it's actually a true gray, or as neutral of a gray as possible, or if it's a little bit more brown. Brown just means you got probably a lot more red and yellow, and you need a little bit more blue. So it's kind of hard to tell when it's just a big blob like that mixture. But as soon as we take a bit of white and mix it in there, that tells us, and that white, it's not really fair because that white is, there's actually a bunch of little colors in here. I am pretty confident that that's a good gray though. In fact, we can just do a bit more of a scientific examination by actually taking this color, properly adding a bit of white to it. That's pretty close. If anything, it's a little bit more on the purple side. So I could add a bit more white, or sorry, yellow in here. And that yellow, yeah, that definitely. So if we add more white in here. Get a better gray. See, it's still a little bit on the reddish side. Let's just take some yellow and put it directly. I mean, it blows my mind. I've been doing this painting using these principles for 30 plus years, and it never fails to just kind of, there's a part of me every time I do it is just like, wow, that's really cool that works. Like, and I've shown this to people I teach with at Emily Carr, who are, some of them are lecturers in art history or ceramicists, and who've never taken like a painting class, a paint mixing class, and they also are like, wow, that's kind of like alchemy. Like, I've never really thought I never thought about it, but that makes a lot of sense, right? Anyway. So, I think what I want to do here is a bit more of a neutral, or not neutral, a bit lighter than that. Again, that looks a little bit more red on camera, but I do have the camera upped the red just a little bit. But this, to my eye, looks pretty close. It looks a little bit more neutral than it does on camera. Anyway, let's take some more white. And I think that's good. Let's mix a bit more of it so I don't run out kind of halfway through my mirror. Let's see. So what I'm going to do is basically paint the entire shape of this, and then we're going to go and darken certain parts of it, right? So let's just see how, in fact, that's pretty good. And now you see, remember I was worried that this would look too much like these colors? We can now see quite the difference between an actual gray versus a gray that's been modified with a little bit of blue, right? So now this is where it gets a little bit tricky, because I have painted a lot of this ship out. It might have made sense for me to do a little bit of that, the bow of that boat, but I'll find it. In fact, maybe it would make sense for me to try to paint that now. Let's zoom in a bit. Pisha says, Marco, are you the Dr. Robotnik's in Sonic 2? I might be. It's entirely possible. You never know who's inside your video game. Just don't tell anybody my secret pastime is being a character in a video game. Another thing people have said to me many times, I remember when I used to teach little kids, I go into their schools, and there's a character in Monsters Incorporated called what's his name? Oh, I forgot. Kids would always ask me, and they would just burst out into riotous laughter. It's like Mike Markowsky, or it's like the main character in Monsters Incorporated, the Pixar animated movie. So I'm probably going to do a little bit of more outlining stuff in the background here later on. I'm going to take a little bit of a slightly lighter color now, just to help me with these spaces. Oops. Guess I got to go back up there a little bit higher, but that's okay. I think that's some kind of satellite thing here. One thing I'm trying to do, I don't really care about how dark or bright these grays are. I want to try to avoid having my ship, the lines matching up with my background line. I want them to kind of just barely miss it or go over top of it. Okay, so a lot of the rest I'll do with finer details. That's pretty good to start. Okay. Some of it's going to be darker, some of it's going to be even lighter. let's take... I'm going to take my darker color that I had here again. And so I'll come back and refine some of those things too. Maybe... do I want to do that right now? Just thinking to myself. Okay, so I'm gonna just get a little bit darker. Figure I might as well start doing a bit of this right now. And just so you could see that kind of, this is my original gray, and then I made my white here. And this is the one that I used for this area. And then I'm just sort of kind of moving back and forth, taking some of this lighter color, mixing it into here, back and forth. Okay. I think it's just remarkable about how this whole incident that's being described here happened back in early March, and that boat wasn't, that's was pictured in here didn't sink until just a few weeks ago. Wasn't attacked until just a few weeks ago. So, you know, I'm sure probably even Boris himself was like, whoa, that's pretty remarkable. What are the chances? I mean, it's not like he just picked that number out of thin air. That was the boat that when they're saying, hey, Russian warship, go F yourself, they're talking about the Moskva. And so the Ukrainian forces, when they were selecting which boats to attack, obviously deliberately chose this one as retaliation, and because it's also very, you know, it's significant that that it's this the specific boat that sort of launched what is perceived as being like a very, you know, to attack an island that has, like, I think there was 13 Ukrainian Marines on there, just seems kind of pretty absurd with a massive warship. I'm sure there's some people who will watch this and be like, I mean, obviously I'm making some changes here, right? I'm just kind of going quickly, and I also doubt that he was absolutely fixated on getting the exact, you know, right things in the right place. You know, I think most of us artists are just like, as long as people understand that that's a boat and that it's a warship, that's good enough. The other great irony of this boat being involved and being sunk is that this boat is made to intercept missiles. And the fact that it was taken down by a missile does not very encouraging if you're a Russian sailor, that the very boat that should be the one that to defend other boats against missiles was destroyed by a missile. Or if you believe Putin, there was an engine fire that it sunk on its own and had nothing to do with Ukraine, and which I don't know. That sounds even worse. That just makes it sound like your Navy is completely incompetent. So, but I guess you could say that it wasn't sunk by Ukraine, so that's a positive, I guess. The logic that Putin is trying to deploy to make this whole thing make sense is just so absurd that it is, it's pretty strange. I'm not sure what's going on in my painting here in terms of these radar shields. Obviously it's differing a little bit from the original. So we'll do a little bit of highlights on here shortly. Let's maybe do a little bit of the dark outline on the hull here, and then we'll move on to the soldier. You could see how mine kind of bows in this way. It's curving inwards, where it appears it should have maybe gone the other way. So here I can just change that angle. Or that curve, I mean. So I'm going to take a little bit of a just adding a bit more of a darker value in here. In fact, let's just clean these brushes. Sitting on the palette just slowly drying out. Again, I want to avoid putting any black in this ship, because otherwise that black is going to leap forward, and it's going to be really confusing because it's going to appear to be closer to us than the soldier that's clearly way closer to us. Right? That ship could be several kilometers away from the figure who's itself like maybe 20 feet in front of us, right? So we want to avoid those weird confusions as much as possible. Maybe even just a quick little glaze with this darker color. Maybe, actually, let's do a little bit more. Where can I do a bit more of that? Okay, so let's go the other way real quick. Let's take some white. I'm even going to take a bit of glazing fluid. Well, let's see if we can use this first before we glaze with it. So I painted that and felt maybe it just wasn't quite, you know, as light enough. Not so happy with that. Let's just wipe that away quickly. Okay. So that paint was a little bit sticky after being on the palette for a while, so I just put a little bit of glazing fluid into my white just to kind of loosen it up a little bit. Give me a little bit more flexibility. That does mean it's going to be a little bit more transparent. But sometimes, you know, if you're doing this type of things, that little bit of, that's actually kind of a good thing. It gives you a little bit more flexibility, not being as bold. Okay, and then I'm going to take this white, again, just a little bit more. And let's paint this number on the side here. So I'm going to start moving away from the figure, and I'll put my 1 here. Okay. So I think that's good. I think we're... okay, okay. I'm gonna go back to the beginning. Pascal says, "Are there cool blacks?" There are. There's cool blacks and warm blacks. I mean, I suppose somebody would say, well, that's technically not black, because a true black would just be totally neutral. The black that we use, because there's different, you have a Mars black, ivory black, which one is this? This is... This is covered in paint. I can't quite see the label, but I deliberately chose one that is about as neutral as possible. But yeah, there are different kinds of blacks. Traditionally, often a black would be a charcoal, be something that comes out of like a fire, and that you get something that is maybe a little bit earthy, a little bit warmer than like ivory black is like a elephant tusk that has been burnt until it turns into a powder, right? And so it's got maybe a little bit of a warmer quality to it. But let me see. Pascal says, I don't really think of black paint usually. Well, most of the time, I guess add more white. If we create our own black, it shouldn't get too perfect black, so it should be a shade, so have warmth or coolness. Yeah, your black can be, I mean, ideally, if you're trying to get the black on this palette, will become pretty neutral if you get the ratios right. It shouldn't be too warm or too cool if you get it perfectly mixed. That's pretty hard to do, because you've got your warm red, and you got cool blue and cool yellow. So if you have the mixture right, it should be kind of sitting right in the center. And that's why, you know, if you got a little more red in there, it's going to look a little bit more reddish, a little more reddish. If you add white into it, you'll see that, or it might appear a little bit more brown. Versus if it's got a little bit more blue, it's going to be a little bit more blue. And so technically, yes, then it'll be a little bit warmer or cooler. You get a little bit more cool yellow, it's going to be a little bit cooler there. But for the most part, it's going to be fairly neutral. But we can make, I mean, if I wanted to, I mean, technically, like the gray that I made down here, right, was a cool gray. And if I had just not put nearly as much white into it, then I would have had a cool black, right? To kind of go back to what we were talking about here. Right? Remember when we did this exercise? Right, so here's when I add black to these colors. This is a purple made from warm blue and cool red, right? I made that purple. Here's a warm blue and a cool blue, right? So technically, I guess you could say this is a warm, basically this is like a warm black, and this is a cool black. I mean, and you can use them effectively like that. I would still again say you would want any black to be as close to the foreground as possible, which is why we might do a little bit of very, very dark value right up close. Does that answer your question? Pascal says, I just bought glazing fluid today. Not sure what I'll do with it. First time. So you've probably seen me use glazing fluid a lot. I often will, I mean, I just used it to dilute a little bit of my gray. I sometimes will even use it in lieu of water just to liquefy things just a little bit. Because glazing fluid, unlike matte medium is just paint without any color. Glazing fluid is very similar, except it's got slow drying properties, and therefore it can blend a little bit better. So generally, whenever I'm doing portraits, I use a lot of glazing fluid, because we can get soft gradations from light to dark, or vice versa. Paula says it's like working with water, but not. It is working as water, but not diluted the paints, I guess. You asked Pascal. I've asked 30 times already. Okay, just Googled. It's to make more transparent top layers benefit the most. But when use that, when normal medium. Fascinating. Yeah, I mean, I'd say half of the paintings we've done, I've used glazing fluid, right? So you've seen me use it many times. I also use the matte medium as well, usually more for in kind of the earlier stages in the painting. Glazing fluid is much more helpful later towards the end when you want to get very subtle. Like, for instance, I use glazing fluid to do this down here to get that semi-transparent layer. And you can, once you've applied it, then you can take your brush and just sort of soften the edges. Like, I was thinking about doing a little bit of that around here in the water just to kind of soften this up, but I don't know. Should I do that now that we're just talking? Okay, so let's do this. Since we're just talking about it, let's do a little bit of this. So I'll use my glazing fluid. And let's get another, in fact, I'm going to use this guy. I haven't used this is my mop brush. I haven't used this guy in a long time. So this is what a mop brush looks like when you buy it brand new. I haven't used this at all. This is what a mop brush looks like after it's been well used. And it just sort of starts to spray out here, splay out, right? So to do a little bit of this, and I'll get a little rag here, because if I don't like what results, then I can always just wipe things away, right? That's another great thing with glazing fluid. If you're not happy with things, because it's got a bit of slow dry property, it allows you to get a little bit of, you can blend a little bit away. So I'm going to add my glazing fluid into my white. Now this is not the, it's going to be hard to see because you're basically, this looks white, but it's going to dry totally clear. But we don't want it, we want it to be fairly thin. All right, we can kind of just test on our finger a little bit. The other great thing with glazing fluid is you can make a mixture and then apply 20 different layers of it until you get, because that's what Leonardo did for the Mona Lisa, right? He just did very, very subtle, like hundreds of glazes to get that iconic smile. So let's just paint this out here. Very subtle. Now what I want to do is just let this dry. So I'm going to blow dry it really quickly, and then I'm just going to do this again right here. So I wasn't going to do this, but since we're talking about Pascal here, let's... Okay, so you want to make sure that's dry, because if I then take this and I keep doing it, I'm going to actually pull that paint up, and that drives me crazy. You've probably heard me swearing about it, wondered what on earth he's so upset about, but that's because sometimes I just get, oh, I'm going to fix it, and then it's like, no, you should have just left it blow dry it and then fix it later. Now obviously this can get a little bit wet, so you just want to be careful. You can see what he's done just lightens that up. We can keep on going over and over and over and get lighter and lighter and lighter and create more of a halo. In fact, we'll do one more quick layer. Okay. Ah, I went a little bit far, didn't I? Okay, so maybe, yeah, that's actually fine. So we'll see as I go here that I think that's going to work really well. I still have to paint the rest of the figure. But you can imagine, like, if I try to do this and then softly blend that same color and lighten it up here, you could do that with oil paint. That wouldn't be so difficult. But doing it with acrylic would be really tricky. So, you know, I've used glazing fluid in so many paintings. This, again, usually towards the end of a painting. Now the thing is just remember that your mop brush is rubbing on that paint, and it's going to get, you know, if you've got paint on there, that paint is going to dry. So, and what happens is it'll ruin your mop brush, because then all that little bit of paint gets crusty on there, and then it does the opposite effect. Rather than softly blending your glaze, it starts to scratch into the glaze. So you can use this for maybe 20-30 minutes before it's like totally useless. That's why often artists that do a lot of blending might have dozens of mop brushes of different sizes, just waiting for that moment where they're going to break it out and use it. Okay, so I'm going to blow dry this. And I see you guys are talking about gloss versus satin glazing fluid. This is the satin. Right? So here's my gloss glazing fluid and satin glazing fluid. I actually bought both at the same time. This one I don't think oh, it looks like I've used it a little bit. But what I've tended to do is just get large ones like this and then refill my small one, because it's a lot easier, you know, when you've got a big thing to squeeze out, so I can get a little bit more subtlety. But generally, as I'm painting, I like paint to be less reflective, as less reflective as possible, unless I want it to be reflective. So that's why I just tend to use matte medium, right? Because you can get, I have gloss medium back there somewhere too, but I use matte medium. I don't usually like shiny paintings. I think that's because I used to paint in oil paint all the time, and oil paint, when it dries, generally, or at least the way that I painted with oil paint, gets very matte. And then if you want it glossy, usually you'd varnish it with a gloss varnish. I see our daughter running around in her crib with my wife playing with her. That's funny. I don't think I've ever seen them do that before. Okay. So we just basically got the figure to do now. I mean, that's where time has been blowing by, but I am just gonna put this up here just so it makes it easier for me to do the... Okay, so now basically the last thing we have to do is to do the figure. So we're going to do another little foreground pass here. We'll establish the figure and then we'll do our finishing touches. I think we're doing pretty good at this stage. So how do we want to do the figure? So this is interesting because this is like a camouflage pattern. It is a lot like the browns that we've applied earlier, but there's also kind of this green that underlies everything. So I am tempted to put a bit of a green under everything. The only thing is I might lose my figure if I do that. Now I have... I'm just thinking what will be the easiest for anybody following along. I think I'm going to do... Okay, let's mix a brown. And then we can make it a more greenish brown. We can make it a warmer or a more reddish brown. We can make those decisions as we paint. Oh, that's a lot. Okay. So I'm going to take my warm yellow, my warm red, mix this together. So now I got an orange or a yellow orange because it's predominantly yellow, right? There, a reddish orange would be predominantly red. And those are actual terms too. Then we got our warm blue. Mix this in here. So that's a pretty good brown. I think we'll make a darker version of it right here. And that goes much more greenish. In fact, let's take a bit of our warm yellow, mix this in here, and basically we've got our army green. I don't know if it shows up. Maybe let's take a bit more blue. Okay. My only thing is, I'm just wondering if this is going to be opaque enough to cover over here. So I'm going to add actually a little bit of white here. Let's keep that there. I'm going to take my white, a bit of my brown. This is just going to help me cover up over the background layer. Oops. So, maybe let's go to an even smaller brush. So I'm going to be careful not to go too big. Stay smaller, and if I need to expand, I'll expand. But I don't want to do that too quickly, otherwise I'll find like, the head is too big, and now how am I going to make the head smaller? No. That can be a big pain, because then I'm going to have to paint the ship back over top of things, and oh my goodness, that's a pain. This is also a time where referring to your template can be really helpful. All right, so because if you can see some of these lines still in here, in fact, I'm gonna cut this out. That way I can kind of have it right here, and I can refer to it directly. All right, so for instance, let's just show you this, right? So that way, if I'm trying to figure like, where's the tip of that finger? How big is this head? I can just sort of look right at it and kind of think, okay. You could try to retrace this onto the canvas, but yeah, it's really pushing your luck because lining it back up is virtually impossible. So this kind of reminds, we did this similar kind of approach when we did Mickey Mouse, if you recall, quite a while ago. We painted quite a complex radiating background, and then we kind of painted the Mickey Mouse back on top of everything. Which took time, but I love how that painting turned out. It's sitting upstairs in our living room. It's been there for, I don't know, 7 months or so of all the paintings we've done. So sometimes a painting like that can surprise you. Oops, let's bring this. Okay. So, you know, this color, which I was really happy with on the palette, now that I painted on here, or at least, well, now it's better. I was going to say it looked maybe not as much more muted than it initially appeared, but I'm feeling better about it, so never mind. I think it sometimes was a little bit thin. I just washed my brush, and that can affect how that color appears. Okay. I think we'll see this color looks probably a little bit different than it did when I painted over top of the yellow versus over top of this brown. So let's just move that out of the way. So mostly right now I'm just sort of randomly putting in some splotches to get a kind of camo look. Okay. I will go to my brown. I'm going to put a bit more warm yellow on my palette. Just mix and paint with that a bit for a second here. Okay. I guess I want a little bit of green or gray in here now that I look at it. I think probably the next thing I should do is to my darker values. So let's put a bit of this in here. Just get a little bit of a darker gray real quick, and then we'll do some darker outlining. Maybe that's enough. Or should I go a little bit darker brown? Let's take a bit more of a darker brown. I'm even going to start with this gun here. I'm going to paint this with my dark brown. I'm trying to think, is that one of my dark lines? Does that make any sense? I guess. now that I'm actually even thinking I could use a Posca pen to finish this off. That would probably be the easiest and potentially the most effective, but do I don't know. I'm thinking about it. So I'm just mixing a bit more. This is a green. This is just my warm yellow with warm blue. Now you can see it's very, very bright. So I don't want it to be quite so intense. So we can even just take a little bit of my darker color. Or you could take a little bit of cool blue and just add a little bit of that in there and just take some of the saturation out of that color. Okay. Do you think I'm going to come back here? Just bring... So, let's zoom back out a bit. Just see where we're at. I think I will use a Posca pen on this. So let's blow dry this, and then we'll just do the final details. Posca pen still works. It's as the more and more I use it, that tip starts, just like any pen or marker, starts to get a little bit wider, right, as it loses the sharpness on the tip. Just something to be mindful of. So now this, adding black right on here, is going to go, this figure is going to launch right towards us, which is probably what we want, right? We probably want that figure to be the most, to sit closest to us. We're trying to attract it. I mean, that's what this story is all about, is this guy saying F you to that boat. Okay. So maybe even before I do that, let's go to our finishing touches. Let's now, basically, we're just going to do a little bit outlining on the figure, maybe a little bit of grass down here. Otherwise, I'm going to feel pretty happy with where everything is at this point. So, really, yeah, all I'm going to do is use my Posca pen next. And if you've never used a Posca pen before, this is absolutely awesome tool that we can use for doing fine detailing, right? This is what it looks like. You can see I'm using the 0.7 millimeters, so it's a very tiny little tip. If I just open it up, you can see that. I might even just take a pen and just make sure that I got a nice clean tip. And then let's dive in and finish this off. Maybe back out just a bit. Okay, so maybe I'll start with the helmet here. And I'm going to have my outline nearby, so it's easier for me to kind of do a little bit of this. forgot to do the armband. Okay. You know what? I'm going to do that right now because the Posca pens can take a little while to dry. Okay, so I'm gonna blow dry that. So I'm going to use my cool yellow. It's cold as well as really cool. Might have to do a second coat of that just to get it as nice and bright as I want it to be. I mean, it's going to stick out like a sore thumb because it's going to be that color we don't really have anywhere else in here. Thanks for the reminder, Donna. I always rely on you guys to keep me honest. Keep me on track here. I'm going to blow dry that. Okay, let's get back to work here. So again, I'm going to using my little sheet here to help me. And just as I go, you know, kind of making the clothing look kind of wrinkled, and otherwise it's going to look very weird if it's not, if it's just a straight line, right? I just have to make sure I count my fingers there, because sometimes I accidentally miss a few, so. Now there's going to be, I'm going to continue the most of the outline, then we'll come back and see where I want to add even more folds and stuff, so. You can see it also really allows me to clean up my edges too. If things are a little bit sloppy, I can come back in and take care of that. So now I just think to myself, okay, I'm happy with the way that looks, but now do we need to kind of add a little bit more shadows? Because right now we've got some pretty strong outlines. Do we want to, like, underneath the arm here, darken that in? Okay, I'm feeling pretty good with that. So, let me see, there is the... this here. Now, the grass, however, I don't know if I want to use black to do that. Like, if we just zoom out. I think I want to darken and just add maybe, I'll do the grass as like with my brush. Okay. So let's go to our one of our darkest color here. I'm gonna bring it into my brown. Now it's pretty stiff because I've been painting. I haven't painted anything with that in a while. So I'm actually going to use a little bit of my glazing fluid again. This is going to make it a little bit more watery, I guess you could say. This is often where people grab the water and start using water for this purpose. I'd strongly discourage that. Using a medium is far, more recommended. And let's look at In fact, I'm going to go to an even smaller brush. This, by the way, is where people get really impatient because they're like, I'm 5 minutes away from being done the painting. Let's just get this over as quickly as possible. And that's where mistakes start to happen. The things you don't mean to happen, and the frustration sets in. And so, if you're getting impatient, you feel like you're almost done, maybe that's a good time just to take a break, and then you say, you know what, I got just a couple extra little things I want to do on that painting before I move on and do them another time, tomorrow or whatever. Because I've done the same thing a few times where I'm like, oh, okay, let's just finish this up as quickly as possible. And I almost always immediately regret it. Maybe I'll actually just turn this. I'm going to put a few down here. I don't think they're in the original, but just because it's not immediately visible doesn't mean it shouldn't be there, right? Those are the kind of nice little details that I think are really important. Like, this is the kind of thing I think might just catch the light in a little way, like a little bit of slight texture. In fact, I think he's even done a little bit of lighter value for some of these. So obviously you can see I'm not really looking at the original. I'm kind of now thinking about this as being my own composition. Not that I'm taking credit for it, but that I gotta make my thing work here, and there's only so much now that the original can offer me to help in these final stages. I mean, maybe it's worth breaking out a little bit of black here, which I never do. Instead of trying to draw a bunch of lines, I think I want to paint just a few in here. So here's my black, just the little bit of it that I'm going to use. And so as I do this, I'm trying to be as random as possible. So like I want to have something touching the bottom. Maybe one corner's got black, one corner doesn't, because I don't want to put them both so everything's sort of slightly out of balance, or asymmetrical, but creating a balance together. I don't know. Maybe that's good. Okay. Now, maybe just looking at this boat, I know I want to sign off, but just thinking I might want to add a little line underneath there. I do want to get going here, but those are the kind of things where I look at and go like, ah, that drives me. I wish I, So... Pisho says, are you Ukrainian? Yes, my half of my family side is, my father's side's Ukrainian. My mother's side is Northern Irish and English. Okay, so I've got my cool blue, and I mixed in some of my dark color. I'm a little worried that that could be too dark, so I'm just going to add a little bit of white to it to make a gray instead of a black. And again, there's a lot of Posca marker here and black paint, so I just want to be very careful. I don't want to smudge anything at the last second here. Yikes. Like that. I mean, that wasn't too bad. Just wipe that away. It's a little bit wet, so just be careful. If it's really wet, you might want to just blow dry it or just let it dry while you work on something else. That definitely helps a lot. And I'm wondering, do I want to continue that? I might just leave that as like a shadow coming down on there. I think that's good. Okay. What's the date today? Pretty cool. Okay. So, let's okay. So let's do our side-by-side comparison now and take a look at to them and see what differences, how we feel about it. And maybe just before we do that, I encourage you to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell if you found this at all interesting or useful, or you thought I did a horrible job and you want to see me fail again. If that's how you feel, hit the notification bell. I'm going to be doing a bonus episode sometime this weekend. As well, there's the donations. If you want to leave a small donation to support the work that we're doing here, there's PayPal. You can use the super chat function directly inside of YouTube, or you can contact me through the Facebook group or through my website, which is also linked below. So and maybe just before I move on, I just want to once again do a little bit of an appeal to just remind you about Boris's, you can buy prints directly from him. I encourage you to support Ukrainian artists throughout this crisis. I'm sure he would greatly appreciate your support, so consider buying a print directly from the artist. There's also his Instagram page here. I encourage you to join his Instagram. There's his Twitter and Facebook. And again, this is his art station, so probably where he's most active. This is what he says is considers his website. So this is where he's posting probably the most recent work as well. And obviously, if you want to buy posters from him, you can. It's also on his art station. There's also links in the description below to support the Red Cross, Doctors Without Borders, the Ukrainian Canadian Foundation, the UN Human Rights Council that are helping people, refugees, escape the war-torn areas, especially in the south and east of Ukraine. So please consider leaving a donation supporting those very, very worthy organizations. Who, if there's any time that they needed your support, that would be today. Okay, and of course, join the Facebook group, upload your version of today's painting or anything else you've been working on. And if you haven't joined that already, what an awesome group. Okay, so let's take a look at these two side by side. Okay. I feel pretty good about that. You know, things are a lot lighter in mine, although I think that, you know, right now there's a lot of bright light shining on everything, which is maybe making it look a little bit brighter than it actually is, but it's still definitely brighter. I could glaze on this, again, like Pascal, right? We can take our glazing fluid, mix a little bit of black in there, and could just go and start darkening and darkening and darkening. I don't know. I'm pretty happy with that. There is lots of textures in the. We can use there's lots of different ways we can do this. We can use a sponge, maybe even with glazing fluid, and go in and do that. That would be a little bit riskier. So if you're a little bit risk averse, that would be a little bit, could cause a lot of stress, because if you're not happy, then you're going to have to wipe it away as quickly as possible. And you want to do that very quickly before you wipe away any existing paint that's on there. And so don't use too much water. So let's just zoom in on our figure, our central figure here. Let's go in even closer. Again, it's still much brighter. We see a lot more detail on his backside and even on his hand where the gun is, and I kind of made a point of getting his trigger finger in there. Whereas he made his much darker. I don't know, I was just one of those things that I kind of zoned in on and I liked, so I'm just going to keep it like that. I don't mind it like that. Let's maybe zoom out a little bit here so we get the full boat in. Obviously, you know, I'm missing a few details. I've simplified details. I don't mind how that looks, though. I think it's everything that needs to be there is kind of there. All we need to know is that it looks like a military boat, right? And then after that, everything is just minor details. You can see he simplified his quite a lot. The number is also quite significant too, and I think making sure that that's there, because that's a very specific boat. That's the Moskva that was recently sunk, ironically, you know, the day after this postage stamp came out. How about we'll just take a quick little look down at the bottom here. And how we did that. You know, again, I took a lot of liberties down here, as I did in the sky, which we'll take a look at here in a moment. Right, now we'll just take a quick look up at the sky. Oops. And then over here. And as I said, we did a little bit. I wasn't planning on doing a little bit of that. I wouldn't have done that if Pascal hadn't mentioned, you know, what glazing fluid is for. And now I'm actually really glad I did. I think that does. I mean, obviously, it's an important part of his, or the original that Boris Groh created. But I was just going to allow those colors just to kind of run right up there. And now I can really. I think it really pays off. It just really helps, you know, isolate him from that ship there. You know, now the more and more I do look at mine, I do start to think that, you know, there's a certain amount of wisdom in having the figure darker, because it really makes this maybe more of an antagonistic kind of relationship. Really sort of makes him look like this, you know, kind of more, maybe more powerful figure when we can't quite see the details, and maybe makes that middle finger look a little bit more prominent. I don't know. I could be convinced otherwise, but I am also happy with the way this turned out. So, okay, thank you everyone for painting along with me, and again, please support today's artist. I would love it to hear if someone bought a print directly from him, and you know, whether it was this painting itself or one of the other newer ones that he's come out with. That'd be great. Have a great weekend, everyone. Again, hit that notification bell, because there's going to be a bonus episode coming on, not sure when, but sometime. So otherwise, will everyone enjoy the rest of your afternoon, and we will see you guys when we see you next. Have a good night, everybody. Talk to you all very soon. What a great community. Love you all. What incredible people. I'm so blessed to have you in my life. Good night, everybody.